Alright. So that's all set up. I think I've got everything immediately this time. For once. Well, I didn't test this, but it should be working. Yep. Everything is all working. There we are. Okay. Everything's working, everything's set correctly. All good. So, I was looking at the amount of Kodama I had for this area. Saw that I was missing 3. Turns out, this Golden Nation mission is what has it. And also... So, you know how I said there was a mission, like a skill I wanted from this mission here? I ended up doing the mission another 22 times in order to get that skill. Yeah. That took some time. But now I have it, and it'll make so much of the game so much easier. Reason being, or the reason why, is actually because of how it works. So it's something that makes human enemies take a lot more damage. Oh yeah, and I was checking through the T-set stuff that I got from doing that. Actually ended up getting a lot of stuff for drop rate. But yeah. Oh, this is just open? Okay, that kind of weirded me out. Usually you have to do stuff to get those. That is going to be a yokai. I think so, at least. Let's get a hit on him. Yep. Yeah, I think this area is completely full of yokai. Nope. There we go. Didn't have the volume fully correct in my headphones just yet. Nah, should be good. Okay. So I think this Kodama is above me in a room with a bunch of yokai. Oh! Bume! I haven't actually run into one of these in a normal mission yet. So the thing about this one is that move right there is what you get from it. And it's actually pretty good for knocking out stamina. It doesn't really do any damage. Like, any. But it can shatter an enemy's guard really quickly. I actually forgot there was an Ibume here. Huh. Is this a... Okay. There are 3 though, and I think I know exactly where they are. One's in the center, one's in the second floor of this, and one is in the roof area of that. There we go. These, I think they're called flying bolts. They used to be so troublesome in the first game. Because a lot of the movement in the first game was way slower. But now, they're nowhere near as bad. Oh, yeah, and one little change that I did. Aside from probably the look of my armor. Can't remember if I had it like this. Was actually, one little change I did was to... Oh, yeah. Change out my guy with the enemy sensor for the move you saw me do, where I turned into, I forget what yokai it is, but doing the double sword, just rapid slash. This thing. Which being I kind of forgot to change it back. Which I should do once I find another one. Or once I find the way back to the start. Which I think is through... Hello. I think is through here? Oh, human enemy. Perfect. So yeah, you'll see I just gained 4 points of anima from doing that. And it's just as strong as the normal one. If not slightly stronger. So yeah, it's really strong. It's, like, in my opinion, a much better counter. Even though it takes a little bit more time to actually execute. But, yeah. Okay. Need to reattune this guy, because... Yep, turn it to Rokugezo instead of the Namahage. That's what it was, Namahage. But yeah, I need to go down into the center of this, like, Zen garden here. Wow. Oh, that could be why I have such an issue with these guys. Unlike other yokai, they never stun. The only way really is to shoot them in the head. Or get some good ranged hits on them. Okay, where's that Kodama? There you are. Oh, there's a special enemy here. Another Mitsumi Azura. Nice. Oh, not down yet. Oh, right, I forgot the element of his is dependent on the element of your spirit. Huh. Nice. Oh, come on. Hello, Flying Bolt. So that's the way I need to go. However, if I go back through here... Excuse me. Let's get that done. There we go. Alright, now for the danger area. Hello. Gotta take these guys out one at a time. Because if you don't, they can really sneak up on you. For the amount of damage they do. Okay. Got the Kodama back. Now I only have one left. And this chapter will be completely done. For the Kodama actors. I didn't know that a headshot immediately knocked them down. Oh, right. I'm using the elephant spirit now. I completely forgot that it changed that. Reason being, it's very good. I was just, you know, looking through some of them that I had, and yeah, I had this. Which, bam. I forgot that it worked in the way where it actually spawns the lightning right on top of the enemy. It doesn't only go a specific distance. Okay, screw your delayed attacks. I was trying to parry him, but it wasn't working. Okay. So, is there another door back here that I have to open? No. Okay. Good to know. Oh, yeah, and as for how it was in Monster Hunter, I will never jump into any missions or anything unless I've done them on stream. Like, say I wanted to run into one to grind up something, or grind out an item. Ain't gonna do that until I've already done the mission once on stream. This makes it a little more fair that way. Nope. Crap. I clicked dodge a little too late. Just slightly. Okay, well, I can run back this way. Go right back on up. That is really nice, actually. Wonder how many of those yokai are still in there. Well, there's my answer. asked the question, immediately got an answer. Okay. Let's do this. And that right there is another reason why I love the Switchglaive. It just has one of the most fun backstab animations. Oh. Interesting. Oh, I don't have to worry about them anymore unless they rush up this ladder. Really? I just kicked you off a building. Do you really want to come back after me? Well, that's him. Zap. Damn it. I can't get back up there if I kill him. Okay. Travel amulet. Okay, get you electrocuted. Quickly. Okay, let's try that again. So let's give me that Mitsume. Let's look here. Once that is 15, I'll start working on my decks. Gee, I'm definitely feeling that stamina recovery. Very nice to upgrade that stat. Very, very nice. Okay. Should be able to just kill him by doing that. Hello, Skeleton. Wow, you can take out the big skeletons very easily. I don't think I've ever gotten a core from a big one. Ooh. Okay, that's so nice you can just ignore those. What if I just sprint towards the building? I get you, but the archer leaves me alone. Okay. Okay, where's the one who jumps down on me? Huh? Gimme, 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 gimme. Are you kidding me? Try this again. Okay, could you please go away? Time to try again to get that Godama. Oh my god. ninja is so persistent. So much more so than normal. Up. Yeah, I forgot that one takes a split second to actually come out. Come on. Come on. That's easy enough. Okay. Time to do this again. Instead. What? Weird. Well, that's the one that doesn't have a bow. So hopefully that makes a difference. Okay, seriously, where is this guy who keeps dropping down on me? Like, where do you spawn? Oh, he's probably sitting at that break right there. Okay. Now time for me to actually get this Kodama. Then I can finally fight this yokai. Which, yeah, you can't come up here and grab that Kodama after defeating the one down there. So that's why I was so insistent on grabbing that. Okay, that was interesting. Ow! Stop that. Jeez. That lightning is so good. Oh. Oh, Nioh. Ow. Nope. That time it's gonna be a little weird. I know it would be. Because it's such a different type of weird. A Russian tackle. Okay. I keep somehow timing it for when he's picking one of those up. Those actually... Huh. Oh, that's interesting. The explosion from that actually directed the throw to the wall. I didn't know that could happen. Huh. That's really cool. Yeah, you see that even shuts and everything. Completely shuts off all paths towards the center. Oh, right. there is a side room in here that you can only get to after beating him. I must always forget about it. Which it sometimes has items in here, sometimes doesn't. Like, I've actually had it have a chest before. One time there was a Mujina. But yeah. Hey, buddy.
神のご加護か。それがしは蒲生氏里と申す。レオンと呼んでくれても構わぬぞ。商人たちに遅れは取らぬと思っておったが、よもやあやかしがおるとは。この妙な石。
Oh, Lumicite.
あの南蛮商人ども、裏ではこの石ころや働き手を必死に
Hey, Spy, how's it going?
海の向こうの戦で大儲けという魂胆であろうか。神の教えと渡来品を広めるだけにしておかねば。
That, there we are. Okay, so that's for those. Yep, and another Unryoki Soul Core. That really is only good if you're using a brute. Which I am not. Skeleton Warrior, however, that is surprisingly strong. Anything else? There we go. Which, right, the clan battle results, which I think... Yeah, that was just today. Or it ends on Mondays, I forget. $400 million. This is still like the default for how much it gets up to, which is crazy. Like, this is kind of how it was when the game came out on Steam, and it has been ever since. Like, it's always crazy numbers like that. Swelltail, Vengeful Spirit. Okay. Oh, I got a better defense one. Hey, there we go. Good chunk too. Huh. Not bad. Another 10 points. Oh, I should check to see what that thing that I earned was. Remodel to utensil. That might actually... Yes, it does. It replaced an old one. Nice. Oh. Well, thank you, Spy, for the 30 bucks. Yeah, I'll have to, try and get in touch with the person and get that through. Oh, Child Prodigy's invitation. That's what that was for. Okay. But yeah, I'll definitely start looking to see if I can get that. Okay. Now since I did that, moving over into Dawn for the first mission here. Which, yeah, for the first run of the areas, which I just remembered I needed to do something in Shadow. Which is these. So, Koka, a city in southern Omi Province, is well known for being a city of ninja. Its historical background led to very powerful local clans that were able to protect the city from invaders by developing guerrilla tactics, which influenced the development of ninja techniques. There were 2 more of these that I found. Here's one. Mount Hiei in the northeast of Kyoto. Is located in the northeast of Kyoto. Jeez. Since the northeast is considered an inauspicious direction, the mountain has long been worshipped due to its belief that it protects Kyoto from evil. However, its famous temple... Oh gosh, how do you say that? Enryakuji was burned to the ground by Nobunaga, who was enraged that it allied itself with the Azai and Asakura forces. And then there was one here. Okay, here's another name. Ichijodani served as the base of the Asakura clan, a line of Sengoku daimyo. When Kyoto was laid to waste during the Onin War, many nobles and members of the Iterati? I think Iterati were evacuated to Ichijodani, leading it to prosper and become known as the northern capital. It was ultimately burned to the ground along with the last remnants of the Asakura clan. Yeah, that's a common theme with the many civil wars of Japan. Which, this era specifically was when that all ended. Which, yeah. Very common thing. Go in, take the town, burn it to the ground. Nobunaga actually got so paranoid of the ninja that were around that he would go to areas where they were believed to be and just burn those towns to the ground without question. Which is kind of terrifying. And because I think it was, there was an estimated, like, from what I remember, through the history of this, there was actually an estimated, like, million lives lost because of his what is the word for it? Paranoia. Because of his paranoia of the ninja. Which is Yeah, that's terrifying. Oh no, out of all the towns that he burned trying to find them, he only ever successfully got one of their encampments once. Oh, hello. Demon's Horn. Mount Oi is said to be the home of Shutendoji, and many other demons and spirits before him. Lore about Mount Oi can even be found in Kojiki, the earliest written record in Japan. Oh, really? So it's... Huh. I didn't know that Shutendoji was actually referenced throughout the little areas here. So I always skip them over, like, oh, I got this item, I got this item. Ichinotani was a famous ancient battlefield during the Genpei War. Hello. It is said that Minamoto no Yoshitsune led 70 elite men and launched a surprise attack from atop a cliff that was situated behind the Taira forces. The Taira men were sent into such disarray that they could only flee for their lives. I thought it said like that they couldn't even. I kind of like that they have those hidden around, that you can just learn these little tidbits here and there. Which you can't get all of them immediately. It actually unlocks more of the areas the further you go throughout the missions here. But yeah, Spy, I'll get that set to start sending it to my account tomorrow. Which, yeah. Oh! This is one of the really big missions. Okay, yeah, this is heading to Osaka. At the heart of Osaka lies the heavily fortified walled complex of Ishiyama Honganji? With an extensive canal system connected to the sea. The complex also has an enormous reservoir to provide water in times of disaster, or when under siege from enemies. Gigantic stones used to form the foundation of the bulwarks are what gave the location the name Ishiyama, meaning stone mountain. Oh, really? Complex boasts defenses that have repelled the might of countless daimyo during times of war. Most of the time that I've gone through this game was with friends, so, like, I would just rush through these descriptions and stuff.
Hideyoshi. この本願寺には大量の霊石が眠っておる。働き次第ではその霊石お主らに任せる。
ありがたき幸せ。この秀吉めが一晩で落としてご覧に入れます。よし。おい、聞いたろ。秀之寺、行くぞほら。来い。
さあ、いつもながら現金なやつよ。小谷での働き、一に聞いたぞ。しかし、褒美も求めぬとは。お主は何を求める？
Oh, right, he just gives you this one.
神仏。
He has other one you have to fight him for.
霊石。そのすべてを御してこそ、
あまねく天地に楽土をしけよ。ひとたび生を受け滅せぬもののあるべきか。しかれどうぬの青き瞳にはその定めに逆らう力ある。万里の波動を超えるがごとく、この信長の野望とともに人知の果てを超えられよ。
Oh, I see your thing here. I was paying attention to the cutscene.
ほう、背負えるとはな。お主の背にあるものが褒美じゃ。
And yeah, I'm kind of the same way, unless, you know, I'm doing something like this where more so showing the game to others. I guess is a good way to put it. So Hyobishin, nice. I'm gonna have to see what type that is. Yeah, I generally go through games really fast if I know what I'm doing. Even to the point of like skipping cutscenes, everything.
鉄砲を使う最下手。後で会いましょう。鉄砲。
Okay. Hello.
俺の睨んだ通り、こっちの守りは手薄だったな。さあ、ここで藤吉郎流。敵の注意を。最下手の鉄砲がなけりゃ。見てみろよ。あのバカでかい三重の塔を。本願寺の力の象徴だ。その上霊石まで。ま。さて、ここからは別行動。あやかしもいるようだし。俺がこっちは任せた。頼むぞ。どうした？どうした？
Yeah, now at this point in the game, he's, instead of acting like we're more or less brothers, which he did at first, now he's more along the lines of, hey, get to it. Okay, Hyobishin's up. Stop. I think I just heard a bat. Okay. I have my window open because it's actually kind of nice out. And has been pretty nice out last few nights. I think I just heard a bat squeaking. Guess you can't wait till I go through this with a specific move later. Okay, come on, dude. Yay! Yeah, Psychic Clan are notorious for their use of firearms. But yeah, for me, unless the game has a very, very predictable story, and I mean one of those to where it's like, yeah, you don't need to watch anything to know what's going on. because you've seen the same story play out like 100 times before. That is the point where I will, like, skip the cutscenes of a game I've not played. But in general, I like to see them because, like, this game actually does some stuff a little different. Get rid of him. Get rid of him. Gosh, the bow and arrow is so good in this game. Nope. Nice try, buddy. You ain't shooting me. Okay, yep. Gonna go around the path. Show me how to get there. I guess I made sure to watch cutscenes a lot more after I tried to do stuff with, like, game design and stuff on my own. Which I did take a course for it and everything, and it was fun, but oh my god, it's so much work. Which, yeah, after seeing the amount of work and everything that goes into it, I'm like, ha, yeah, I need to see this just because I need to see what they put into it. And when looking closely by stuff in games, you can tell if they're actually, like, more or less from the designer's standpoint, if they're making it because they love it or just because they need to. Because there are certain details that will get skipped over if it's not a labor of love type thing. And that's why I'm so, that's why I ended up loving Monster Hunter so much, is because in each one of those games, you can see how much goes into the design of everything. Like, if you really pay attention. Oh, hello. I was like, this looks like it's supposed to be an Urakabe. Huh. But yeah, it's one of those things where if you know what to look for, you will see these very specific things. And you can tell how much the creators of the game care about what they're doing. Which, for this game, oh my gosh, there's so much detail in every little thing. like, as well as even like the quest progressions and stuff in this game, there are certain things that will happen, which that's more of just like basic game design stuff, which is fun. But I guess it's more depending on the execution. And if you end up looking at stuff to show, like, actual developer interviews on the game, if you end up doing that for any games, and you see the devs get super excited about talking of certain things, you can then tell what their favorite thing was to do. Which, it's funny, for that stuff, which eventually I want to do Nioh Automata on the channel here. Like, to stream it and everything. Which, that game, or that series has a dev who was very, very interesting. It was Yoko Taro. And for Yoko Taro, if he talks about anything about his games, he's always just super excited, super happy, super energetic, like this infectious energy.
あなたの陽動の寺にはあやかしだけでなく大水までもこの異変は溜め込まれた霊石に起因するもので、あなたの寺にはあやかしあ寺に
I put things right? Okay. Which I think this is the mission where I can have specific characters join me. But yeah, that's part of the reason why, if you haven't played, which one was it? Dragon's Dogma. Which is that team release that they're making a new game. But it's like seeing the main developers of that team doing this whole thing for the 10th anniversary, and then ooh, wow, my character got really fast all of a sudden. But yeah, seeing how they were sharing all the stuff that they did with making the game, how much it meant to them, like this whole thing, thanking the fans of the game for constantly supporting them on certain things, like when they did the Netflix show that they did. The amount that people ended up watching that, which ended up giving them the funding they needed to make a second game. It's kind of just a group that is so happy. And the thing is, they have specific servers for the Dragon's Dogma games. Or for the game. Which some people don't realize, that they have special servers specifically dedicated to it. Which all these years, they've been, you know, still putting out money in order to keep those servers up. And the only reason they were doing that wasn't because they were getting more money from the game or anything. It was because of the community. like seeing how much people loved the game, so they just kept it up. I know those servers went down on the Xbox because of something with Microsoft. So they may have actually brought this back. I'm not sure. I'll have to look that up, actually. But yeah, it's just seeing how much specific games mean to developers can end up, well, does end up affecting how I feel about the games. And this is why, personally, I'm a little annoyed about all the times that Skyrim is getting released and re-released and re-released and re-released. Because even the devs of that game are like, okay, we're tired of putting this game out. Stop buying it! So we can move on to a new project. You know, I just went on a whole tangent randomly about game design and stuff like that, but it's kind of interesting. Well, it is a very interesting thing if you really like to follow these things. As for the devs of Nioh and Nioh 2, you can tell by, like, for the sequel to Nioh, which was, I think, one of Team Ninja's first games since their last Ninja Gaiden game? That... Okay, for that, I'm gonna have to do some extra research. But I think that was the case. And then when that ended up actually kind of taking off a bit and getting its own little fan base, then making the second game. And this one being a complete improvement over the first one. But yeah, seeing how they did with the first Nioh game, and how much they... You could tell with specific areas and how they were doing it, that, yeah, it was something near and dear to the dev team. Like, you can kind of tell it started out as something where they weren't super sure about it, and then as the game goes on, it just gets better and better and better. Like, it's weird, even with that game, there was like a mismatch in tone. for a good chunk of it, and then you finally get to a point, and you can feel that they kind of hit their how they wanted the game to feel. Which is weird to not have the game fully be like that from the start, because that's how a lot of games are. Where they kind of nail how they want the game to feel, and then just keep that consistent throughout the game. But that's just stuff that I've kind of interpreted from it. Some of that may not even be exactly how it is. Yeah, I think a big thing that ended up going in the favor, like heavily in the favor of the Nioh games, is that they do focus on Japanese history, but add in mythology. In a very interesting way. So get this. Which I am going to have to make sure later on in the game to read some of the yokai descriptions, because it's very interesting. Some of them are really, really disturbing, but interesting. Okay, because of how I did this the mission before, he won't side with me. Like, he won't join me. But another character will. Or maybe that one joins me in a different mission. I don't know. I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. Yeah, grateful, but you are no ally. So, if I had done that mission before, the Shiftling's Wise Judgment, and chosen him, he would actually join me at this point. So later on, I am going to have to do the Shiftling's Wise Judgment again, and then go through this specific mission to unlock something for him for like the last bit of his story. Alright. That's the way forwards. So what's this way? Oh! Shortcut. Very well needed shortcut. Wow. But yeah, sorry if it was boring for me to just go through all this crud. And I guess that kind of shows how well I know this game if I'm able to just talk about random subjects like that and I'm still able to fight well. I thought there was a guy that hid here with a cannon. Maybe that's only in New Game Plus. Huh. But yeah, I just kind of got on a tangent there and just kept going with it. Okay, I think there is a slime that jumps out here. Boop. I guess just part of the Babylon there was had a bit of energy and everything. It was just wanted to really fill space, but eh. Oh no, it's there. I guess could just say it as kind of felt like talking. Okay. What are you doing over here? Okay, there we are. What are you? What are you doing in there? So yeah, other than blasting those with fire, that is the other way to get them. Oh, Tepe the Stepping Stone! Oh, the Water Stone. This is a bit of a, in-joke in these games. They made this specific Bloody Grave character as a joke. In the first Nioh game. And I think they had him in a few different spots. So we decided to just randomly add him back in. never gives you anything good. Like, never drops anything even half good. But just a little in-joke character. Okay. No more Kodama sensors. Ooh, Psychic Line Greaves. Yes. The Psycha stuff is one of my favorite looking sets. Well, specifically the Psycha set from Nioh 1. Because that set looked absolutely amazing. Hello there. What do you want? Nice warm thing. Let's hope I give you the right one. So nice warm. Usually is something that causes fire. Burning oil? Correct, but not what it wanted. Sometimes when they say that, they want a Hyoto mask, which is one that allows you to breathe fire. Which, yeah, you'll know exactly when you give them what they want, because you'll get an absolute ton of items. Hello. What's going behind a box? What are you doing back there? Is there another one behind a box? No. This one was and didn't notice me run over there. You dumb skelly. Okay. Guess that's easy. Okay, that one is down. Bop, bop. Bop, bop. These guys are so easy. Especially once you end up getting that move. Because that just allows you to keep using your yokai abilities. And dead. Ooh. That was a cannon. Oh, you're gonna fall. No? Okay, we'll say goodbye to your leg. He didn't say his final thing there. Yeah, that's fine. Leave him clinging to life. Okay, it should only be a couple Kodama away so far. Let's see, I got 2, 5, 6. Okay, I got 6 so far. So usually only one hanging out on the shrine. Yeah. Not bad. I'm only missing one, and I think I know where it is. Soul core drop rate, elixir. I'm doing fine on elixirs, actually. Sure, I'll make an offering out of these. Yep, none of that matters. These? Nope. Okay, I'll do that. Grab some of those, bunch more divine rice. And can I level? No. I need another 200,000. Okay. 125. 130 actually? 130. Okay, time to take down an Nioh. Which I think this is the first Nioh of the run. Which these guys... These ones are dangerous. Even more so than the one I don't use. Just managed to get lucky with him not spamming a specific attack. Oh, there's a buddy in here. What's up? I only learned about whistling to open that from a random person that I had summoned. Yeah, this random person who I had summoned whistled at one of them, and I found out that way. Which, very cool. That there's little things like that in there. Yes. Don't get me. No, you're not. Oh, I forget which one of these I have to summon. There we are. Shoot at that. Else? Gosh, electricity is so good in this game. As it should be. I almost fully got rid of this stuff. Oh, he's only at half. Die. Okay. You're the main one for the area. Take this. Oh, and I had actually found one of these side missions, which I had done quite a few times before, which had a different outcome to it. Which normally has one of these as the, boss. Uh-oh. Well. I got grab comboed. That was interesting. I'll rush around here and open this. Oh! Right, you don't have invincibility when opening doors. I forgot that wasn't a thing in this game. Well, your little helper's gone. Oh, you don't. Come here. Really again? Ugh. Oh my. Wow, this Abume is not messing around. Okay, time to swap to my Switchclave. Duh. Grab that back. You know what? I'm just gonna do this. Ah, great. Didn't mean to push her that far out. How much health she got left? I might try something. Ooh, better Shinobi. Nice. Tanashi, no. No. Okay. Boom! 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 Well, the cannon worked. If all else fails, use a cannon. Oh, on-mail blocks. Nice. So, there are 2 more. Which, here's an interesting little thing you can use to show them. You see how the flame of this one is normal color. This one's blood red. If the flame is blood red, it's a Kuroka. Interesting little thing you can do to tell. And yeah, you shoot the lantern flame, it always knocks them down like that. Nope. You're not gonna catch me. Okay, I need to be careful up here. It's so easy to slip off this. Hello. Why are you running? Why'd you hide? Something. Want a spirit sun? Not a bad trade. Would have been better if I gave him Lumicide or something. Fuma Ninja and Psycha Clan, yes. Fuma Ninja, yep, better. Oh, it's the same. But it's lighter. Same defense, but lighter. That's worth it. Okay. Defense bonus courage. That's interesting. If I could get a defense bonus with one for yokai, or with one for Kodama sense. If I could do that, then oh my gosh. I have so much. Woo. No, 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 no. So that should have pretty much all of them gone. Well, all the special ones. And it's just a quick run around. Oh, I think I remember this spot. Yes, I do. Biwa Boku Boku is gonna go down. Screw you, cursed instrument. Then skeleton. One item. was there another skeleton? Yes. Okay. Hello. I have 2 more chances. I chose wrong. I don't like killing Narakabe because there's a chance for you not to have to. Or to not have to. Ugh. My brain does not comprehend English sometimes. Even though it's the only language I speak. Okay, let's get this one down. I think I'll stay with this weapon rather than swapping over to my other. Because the boss of this area is kind of tough. Well, both of them. Actually, for the first one I should use my dual blade, for the second one I should use my switch axe. Switchblade. Yep, and that shows that those are fallen monks. Hi? It played that noise for Agaki. That legitimately scared me. For Agaki. Okay, I have some skills here. Should probably spend them. Purifying Shot could be good. Lightning Break, on the other hand, is kind of needed. So now I have Lightning and Fire Break. Then I need water? Yes. Yes, okay. Next one is going to be Water Break, which is 3 points away to get up to max. Oh, Dragon Vein, I don't have the Astral Wisdom for. That sucks. I do have enough for Quelling Requiem, though. More Soul Cores means more levels. Okay, Cloud Runner. And that's it. That's it. Prestige titles. Okay. So, Yokai Shift, Elemental, Ability, or Anima. I'll extend my Yokai Shift by another 1%. No one specific back here? No. Okay. Yeah, the yokai that it's speaking of is something that we will see later. Yeah, I think the final Kodama is on a path that way. Okay, time for the first boss of this area. Ah, yes. This is a legendary cutscene. Time for Yatakarasu. Which is Spirit. But this is Saika Magoichi. Which I think it was his... either his son or grandson that you fight in the first game. Probably his son. Or it could just be him under a different name for this game. That takes place like another 20 years ahead of time here. Like 30 years or something like that? I forget. Bop, bop. Yeah, if you don't have something to counter him well, this guy can be really tough. Especially when he does stuff like this. If you hit him while he's in the air, you can knock him down. Maybe it's only if you shoot him. I forget. And boss down. Whew.
おい、とどめを刺さないのか。
No.
あんたも逃げた方がいい。霊石のせいか。
Not wrong there. Yeah, so for sparing him, he gives you the gate key and leaves. Which I think there's side missions I can use where you work with them. And... yup. Time for, I think it was Gyuki? I believe that's what its name was?
やりましたな、秀千代殿。これをお持ちください。
Oh! Pillbox. Thank you.
私のことが気。
Which, he only gives you this the first time you do this mission. Every time afterwards, he gives you some, like, random items. Yep. And Saika dropped me his rifle. Which is usually the one I always use, is the Saika rifle. Because it is really, really good. Yeah, the Wise General Pillbox is a good item. But it doesn't have the Kodama sensor that I need.
サイカのカラスとの決着がついたよ。出しゃばりおって。さっきから響くち。そこの青病だ。お主だのち。知恵者は貴重。さっきから。
Okay. Okay, ground keeps shaking. That's because a big boy got awakened. I think the last Kodama's over here. If not, then I somehow missed it early in the stage. It was being pretty, Let's keep it a weather eye. There we go. Oh, it might be around the corner of that building. I seem to remember something like that. Yep. So it seems that I've been shot. Ah. Okay, there's the explanation right there. It would not do good for a Nigitama. So, Nigitama are helpful spirits, while Aratama are harmful. Most of the yokai that you see in the game are Aratama. Like, say, that slime down there. Which I need to make sure to kill, so a glitch doesn't happen. That has happened before and made me have to redo this whole level. Which is that after you beat the boss up here, someone is supposed to like jump down, run and jump over here. Well, that enemy can stand in their way and have them be stuck there indefinitely. Good damage in. Oh my god, that got good damage in. I didn't even break his back legs. Oh, when it went through, it did hit one. Okay. Jeez. Heal up. I didn't get him to slam into the right. There he did. So doing that is actually an achievement. Oh wait, isn't Yuki lightning? I forgot. No. maybe it's water. Yeah, I have to destroy that. Why am I using that one? Oh, right, I can poison you. Huh. Ow. Oh, that might kill me. Yep. Whew. I remembered Gyuki was strong. Probably should have been using my better weapon from the start. Ow. Really? Oh my god. Okay. Let's try this again. Wait, did I skip the cutscene the first time? Did I, out of habit, skip the cutscene for this boss? And that became a habit because of how many times I've had to do this level in the past. The people I usually play with sometimes get maybe bad luck with the servers just disconnecting them. So we had to do this mission like 4 times. Per time we went through the game. Ow. Oh, you just ran out. Okay. This. There we go. Oh, jeez. I forgot how brutal that one was. Oh. Hey, she actually came through this time. Well, looks like they did a fix by having her teleport through. Because she was actually supposed to run over, get on top of this, and jump down. Which, I know you can use that scaffolding in the fight, but I never have.
落ち着いて聞いて。半兵衛が死んだわ。半兵衛。具合は悪そうだったけど、こんな。
Yep.
今日での挙兵を助成するなら、霊石も欲するままに手に入ろう。
だが闇討ちは心が痛む。
夢を叶える力はすでに与えた。情けは無用。
そうだな。あんたと同じこの力があれば。
Yep. Hey, I got the Yatagarasu armor. But yeah, this right here looks good. It does no damage. It does no damage, it doesn't poison them, it doesn't do anything. And it is really slow. Like, it is one of the crappiest abilities. Which, now I have veteran abilities. Warriors there. Oh! Well, I'm only missing 10k ninjutsu and 3k onmyo. Nice! Which for the ninjutsu that makes sense because I haven't been using it as much. Kinda wish I had my bow here. Okay, time to fight him! Which, now he is much stronger. Gimme. So yeah, that goes to show his health kind of skyrocketed. I think for the actual mastery ones, you use real weapons rather than wooden. Though I think that would hurt quite a bit. How you doing? Wait, why did it default me to the brute variant? That's the head bit that I have on the brute. Nope. Sorry, Sukahara. I know your moves. Okay, that one has a slight. I know your moves, buddy, because I mained with sword my first run. So, nice try. Yes, you do. You have much to learn if someone who would be a student of yours surpassed you that much. I guess in Vader's words, now I am the master. Okay. So Yatagarasu is the best piece of armor that I own. So how much less is that? 9 points. but it'll give me an extra 5% melee damage. And it actually looks really good with my character, so yeah. Where's Ravenwing? So I'm missing the gauntlets and the graves. I probably picked up his weapon. Oh! 2 bows that are better than mine. Nice. Oh, finally. Evil Crusher. Still no better Switchglaive. Or Dual Blades. Huh. I'm a little surprised with that, actually. Okay, new samurai point. Cannon Master. Which a 15% or like 10% damage increase to cannon at the max. That is big. Because the cannon is the highest damaging weapon that I have. Always is. Okay, some of the yokai. Missing gun. What am I missing here? None of these seem to have any Kodama in them right now. Oh, refinement in the underworld? Oh! That's for some prized tea utensils. Okay. That is worth it. Okay, where's this? Seki. Seki is one of Japan's foremost producers of blades, and home to the Mino style of knife making. A man named Konoshige is said to have brought the art of swordsmithing to Seki during the Kamakura period. Oh, really? Huh. Producing great craftsmen such as Magodoku. That's cool. Magodoku. Oh, and I got a Magodoku dual katana. Cool. Sadly, that's not something that I care for. So, what does she have? Nothing great on those. A $4.99 Switchglaive, but I think mine's over 500. And a 460 bow. Worse. Okay. Always good to check. And those... Nah. How am I on arrows and stuff, actually? Oh, I'm down to 49. There we go. I knew I was running a little low, but damn. Buy a little more of that. Gunpowder, yeah, I've got 83 of those. There we go. Oh, that was enough for me to get another request from you. I think I'm gonna hold on to that. I'm gonna hold on to that point until I get your grandpa here. Or father, I forget which. It's been a while since I've done this. So, I kind of forget. Which that one will give you... will upgrade your smithing capabilities. Okay. I'm actually going to disassemble this stuff this time. Just for some extra materials. Because why not? Now, time to forge all the bits and pieces here. Thankfully, it's only 1 gold per. Which these specific gold coins were called Zenny. Which is actually where it came from for a lot of different anime and games out of Japan. Well, was it called Zenny in this period or in an earlier period of history? I forget. Oh my gosh, I can make 10 highest quality iron. Holy crap. Which, yeah, the roaring gun ammo, explosive rounds, stuff like that. I could end up doing that later. Because you never know if I'll need it for armor sets or weapons. Oh yeah, as I was talking about with the different types of yokai before, the Nigitama and Aratama. The one helping her out in the forge is an Aratama, which is one that is not harmful and generally just wants to help. Like, think of it more as a guardian spirit type thing. Well, actually, no. That's a different thing entirely. Oh, how do I explain it? It's not just black and white as one is good, one is bad. Oh, I missed one. Really? There were 9 in this one mission. Ooh. And there's 8 here. Oh my god. This will take some, oh. Before I do the Frenzied Blaze, I just remembered something. I think it's in Shadow. Yes, formal match. If I do this mission, I can get help from a specific NPC in that mission. If that is... No, I think that's a later one. So I don't get that yet, do I? Huh. Okay, better fight the Obsidian Samurai.
Let us begin.
Which, it is jarring, just randomly hearing people speak English. After, you know, getting so used to every NPC in the game speaking Japanese. How you doing? Bop, bop. Which I think this also lets me have a match with Nobunaga. Like, if I manage to beat the Obsidian Samurai, which... Don't. Okay, he takes nothing from lightning. Good to know. No. No. Jeez, man. Stop it. Stop it. Get stabbed. And let me throw a snake at you. You know. Oh god. That's exactly what I was hoping it wouldn't happen. Yeah, I think you can get some skills from them. I'm not sure though. Because I have never fought him enough times to try that. And if you can get skills from him, I've never gotten lucky enough on the couple times where it forces you to fight him. Oh my god. You're so strong. You made me use all of my heals. You're one strong man.
You beat me. You have earned this.
Not only did I earn that, I earned your bear. Wait, what? Oh, maybe I earned that from a different mission. Yeah, I think I earned his guardian spirit from a different mission. Which, if you want a really good heavy armor set, he's a good one. Because you get an attack bonus based on your stamina, which is, you know, what the axe scales off of. As well as increased duration for certain things, damage reduced, life drains from lightning attacks, extra life. Like, it's a good armor set. But it is heavy! And actually, the class of armor you wear also affects your character's stamina recovery. There we go. This one is probably going to give me a spirit that I'm going to immediately equip. Though this is a really hard mission. Or can be. It sometimes takes me like 15-20 tries in order to take down Nobunaga. Because of that, he has counters. Really good ones, too. Ooh. Oh, wait, aren't his two things lightning and fire? No, not lightning. So water? Elephant! Elephant! Whoop! Now we should be swapping spirits to Tengen Kujaku. Oh, that one's random elements. Right. Yeah, that one doesn't have a set element. Oh, come on. Yeah, and it doesn't cycle through elements, it's actually random. But I managed to get him first try.
良い余興であった。
Yes. Thank you.
「迷いや悔いを残して果てるは惨めなものよ」。死のうは一条。故に人は短い生に視力を尽くす。なれど死に逆らう有無の行く末。嵐が吹くか虹が差すか。我が天元をもって見極めん。
Tengen Kujaku. Okay, I did remember the name of it. Okay. Holy crap. Got sweaty palms from that one. Yeah, he is not an easy fight. There we are. And I should look up to see if he does drop any special moves. And if he does, I'm gonna get them. I can finally have Raijin. Very, very good move. Which I've actually tried to use randomly, and then remembered, oh yeah, I don't have this. Okay, I think doing that, it does give me access to stuff down the line. Specifically for doing the mission for Yasuke there. Which is the Obsidian Samurai. Yup. An assault on Hononji, where Nobunaga is staying. We'll have to leave our forces here to hold off advances from the west, but the two of us must hurry to Nobunaga's side at once. This is another one that took like 10-15 tries for us to get through completely, because, like, there's a few times where we had just about beaten the boss in this mission, and then one person got disconnected. Which you weren't able to reconnect during mid-mission before. I think you can now? I'm not sure, though.
これにて霊石の戦はなくなろう。 引き分けのない女よ。なぜ逃げぬ。
添い遂げてこそ妻の本名。
ならばもうよい。あとは好きにせい。安介、わしの亡骸は決して渡すでない。いつ秀で良い余興であったわ。
Yep. And that's how Nobunaga went out. One of his retainers wasn't able to stand by the atrocities that he was committing, so they burned down his home with him in it. I was right in front of you. Ooh, unreal mages. I immediately got the smithing text. That is a rare item. I usually have to grind out for that smithing text. Sorry, just moving some stuff around here. Right, I wanted to add something to one of my things here, which is normal fire bombs. Gunpowder bombs, I mean. Excuse me? You're not supposed to do that until you're low on health. Oh right, I should show off my new move. Which, yeah. Not the best enemy to show it off on because it's long range. I think it's best used on yokai, actually. I don't know if I kicked his head off there or chopped it off. But I always find it interesting when that happens. Or I do the follow-up kick and it hits them right in the neck and it just... You just kick their head off. Really? A gaki? No, you don't. Do not. Ow. No. Bad. Just need to get ninjutsu up. Nope. Bad cookie. I said bad. Yeah, those things are kind of easy. Inextinguishable fire. Those require you to kill a blue wheel monk. Ow! Don't try and bite me. Uh-oh. It's, yeah. There we go. Well, I use that and then got a good chunk back. Oh, I didn't get the second hit in on the end of that. But yeah, it's a really good move. I'm gonna level up my switchblade a little bit because there's a couple things that I can get now. One of them finally being the end of this combo. Which is one extra slash, which is diagonal downward. Which, if you break in enemies, key with it, you then do a special attack. We kind of like drop it, you push further down, goes into their shoulder, and then you just push. It's a very, very brutal one. Breakable walls? No. Okay. There's some walls in this area which you'll see that can obviously be broken. And it's the reason why I put those explosive bombs on my equipment. I forget the normal way, so I'm going that way. Shit, if you don't have enough health, that will kill you before you get through it. Oh, right, when a wheel monk goes through blue fire, it gains more damage. I always forget about that. Well, yes. Aww. Hi! Well, don't tell me I skipped the whole level by doing that. I may have remembered to skip by going through that fire. Ah, there's one of the destroyable walls. Or no? Okay, no. Looked like it. Shoot that barrel. think this is the mission that introduces these as a thing. Must be a little more crumbly looking than the one I tried to hit. Oh, Kodama that way. Which, there are 3 different ways of breaking walls. One is to blow up a, So, for the breakables, there's 3 different ways to open them. One is by using a yokai spirit, which does very heavy damage. Those ones can break the walls. Another one is by... No, that's not where I'm supposed to go. But yeah, that's one of the 3. Another one is by throwing a bomb at it. And the third is by blowing up an explosive barrel that's next to it. I don't know if there's any actual weapon attacks that can do it. There probably is. Like, maybe one of the hammer moves can destroy them. But I don't know. Never tried it. Oh, jeez, how did I get back here? I usually have really good... really good direction when it comes to this area. Why am I getting turned around? Okay, I'm gonna have to move back to one of these. Figure this out. Okay. So I started by going up here. Drop down, head this way. Then go around here. That's a shortcut. I can go the regular way. This way through the buildings. Do I have the brightness too low? I wonder if maybe I'm not seeing these paths that I'm used to seeing because my brightness is too low. Okay, that's that. So then I go this way to get in here. Dead ends. Is there another path around here? No. There's not an Urakabe in here. Wow, I never get lost in this map. Why am I now? Oh, here's the way forwards. Okay. It's this random drop-off. I think. Nope, I just looped back in on another spot. It's been a while since I've been in this area. Really has been for me to get this turned around. Jeez. Okay. There's this path. She goes over top, drops down here. Dead end. This way? No. I swear, if I'm somehow doing the exact same thing over and over, trying to find a different path, I must be going insane. Oh, here we go. I guess I doubled back from here without realizing it. I guess I got myself stuck in a side path. Okay. Up. Ow. Okay, now I have to find my way back there. Oh no. Okay, jeez. Oh, I actually got a point in the switchclave. Yay. Now I've got Cyclone 2. And next I can get Rolling Blade. Okay. Goes this way. Straight through this gate? Okay. Wow, I feel kind of dumb for being that simple. I'm not gonna lie, I feel pretty dumb for it being that simple. Guess I just ended up getting trapped in a side path. Which will most likely happen at least one more time in this level, because it is a bit of a maze. Because I guess it looks very, very samey. Which I am going to have to double back along this path anyways. After I clear it, so I don't miss any Kodamas. And yeah, that one missing one in a previous level. You know what? I may go back and grab that. on stream if I get the ability that I want. Wait, why am I up here? Oh! They actually have kicked on buckets here. Hello! Oh, hi! Oh, apparently you're the area creature. Huh. Ichiko?
主君にあだなすとは光秀に受けた大運忘れおったか。
Okay. Before I keep going forwards, I need to go back over this area and make sure I didn't miss a Kodama. Okay, I'm keeping an eye on my little radar. Not seeing any. Okay, no. I didn't miss any over in this section. Good. Oh. No, I did. There was one right there. Which I couldn't see because the area was dark. Wait, so it's over around here where these enemies are? Huh. Excuse me. Okay, I remember this one. Oh, it's right there. Well, how do I get up there? Probably up and around this way? There'd be a path to lead there? I don't know. Oh, it's probably one of those things that I have to go through the center, go back, and then find the right path. Because it's very confusing like that. Hello. Kappa! Oh my gosh, I actually found one in a well. Yeah, so I guess that's a rare chance. No, you don't. There's one of the breakable walls. About. Well, yeah. Ooh, there's Muji's in that chest. saw the 3 bars. Buddy! Which, this is such a cool way to do a mimic. Just have it turn into you, and if you do what it does, it gives you a reward. Like, and if you do something incorrect or attack it, it then fights you. It's a very cool way to do a mimic. Yeah. Which, if I remember right, there is actually a mission where you go around finding them. And if you save them from these creatures that are keeping them captive, they will actually turn into you and fight alongside you. So you actually get multiple of your character's personalized build fighting alongside you. Which is kind of crazy. And the thing is, while you're playing the game, is actually collecting data on how you fight in the game. To be used for a, So you may have noticed those red graves that are laying around. Those are people who have fallen in the game. Like actual other players. And the game reads how you play, and uses that data for both the Mujinas if you decide to fight them. So it actually fights with how you fight against you, or via these graves for other people to fight. Oh. Okay, this one won't respawn. Woo! Nope. Ow. Okay, that's a really good soul core right there. I've used the Wheel Monk to some great effect in this game. It's best used when you're in your yokai form because once you build that thing up, you can just stun lock enemies with it. Which is what a Wheel Monk will do to you if they actually manage to spin right on you. Okay. Nope. Ow! That didn't shoot the right way. That should have been shot into a wall. Okay. Hello. Kaboom. Kaboom. It actually died from the fire damage. That is surprising. These things are practically immune to it. Well, from the burn over time. Hello. Something. Okay. Let's see what I got here for you. How about a stone? It might attack me for this. No? I could have sworn it would have attacked me for dropping it a stone. Okay. Oh, Josuke! Oh, perfect. So the mission I just did where I fought him will now allow him to join me.
Wait, that's... I'll go with you.
Which having Yosuke with you makes this mission so much easier. Because he is strong. But not only is he strong, he can take a lot of damage. He dishes out and takes tons. Okay. There's a path down here that I can take. But I believe this path leads to a Kodama. Hello? What did you die to? Rokudo Kubi. Okay. Am I right? I am wrong. Move. Nope! And the snake got stuck going straight through, so it just did rapid damage. Good luck on that. Very, very good luck. So I believe this is able to be used to take me to a different spot entirely. If I had that deflection move, I could have just sat there and reflected his bullets back at him. Okay, nothing up here. Excuse me, Yosuke. I think this path was mainly to get rid of that guy. Also, sneak attack. Ooh, unmail mage lock. Nice. I'll use the water. Yosuke? Oh, he went up above. Okay. Hello. Nothing good for me. Okay. That usually means they want yokai incense. Nope. Well, it's not what it exclusively didn't want. Oh, thank you, Yosuke. If you didn't take that, that thing probably would have killed me with that. Remedy gauntlets. Okay, not bad. That herbal remedy is actually a really good find, because that is a 100% heal. Anything else over here? Possibly. This is moving away. Which, yeah, NPCs technically have infinite health. Because you can just pick them right back up if they get knocked down. Okay, no. Would have transformed at that close of a distance anyways. But best to check. Okay, no Kodama around here. Hot Spring!
We are in a battle, you know.
If you have an NPC following you, they will always comment on you sitting in a hot spring. I think this is what I need to summon. I can't remember the one's name. Ugh, creepy, no. Ah! Yeah, Abume alone, with how she fights, like, just specifically if she manages to grab you, she caresses the side of your character's face, then runs her hand through your chest. Like, ugh! Like, there's a few different things like that in this game with some of these yokai. Which is kind of terrifying.
Fear not.
Here's one of the secret hidden walls that you can't break from the other side. Which, if you spot it, it can bring you right to the one who controls this area. To get rid of the yokai realm immediately. Oh, and Spy, you doing some more Dota in the background to this one? Or not Dota, oh my god. Smite? Why did Dota come to mind?
私もあの秀吉のように殿
I haven't played that game in forever.
共に果たせてある
But let me correct what I said there. You doing some more Smite in the background? Because I know you have made some really cool builds. Okay, let's look here. Hello? Really? A Kuroka? Rikamato is doing pretty good here. Get lightning! Lightning! Gonna send fireballs at us, I'll send fireballs at you. Nope. Gosh, those guys are easy. Okay, I'm not seeing any more Kodama on the minimap here. Which I have to check because, I've been missing one from every single mission. Only one. Okay, there is one over here. Which I don't want to go too close, because if I do, Yasuke will leave my party.
Lord Nobunaga is
No! Dang it.
Go on ahead. I will cover you. Go on ahead.
I even said I need to make sure not to go too far or Yasuke will leave the party. I go too far, he leaves the party. Oops. Okay. Yeah. Generally, if one of those NPCs is helping you, they will stop right before the boss. So that you don't just demolish it with their help. Wait, where's the... Oh, I already got that chest. Good. Where's this final Kodama? Oh! There's a yokai zone back here that I didn't clear. Okay. Frickin'. Oh my god, the skeletons. Oh, hello. Come on out of here. Oh, there's a lot of wheel monks in this area. Go. Dude, this move. Right, fire breath. Okay. yokai around here. Which is kind of normal. Ipon! Nope. Bad Ipon Tatara. Bad. Okay, so what's over here? Come on, Kodama. No? Oh, yep. There's one ahead of me. In one of the little hidden spots. We're just around this corner here. Yep, there it is. Good kitty. And that was the last Kodama. Hey, nice. Finally, I actually got another one of these fully completed. And time to turn on these 7 spirit cores. Or soul cores. Which, yeah, the Wheel Monk, that one is good. Because you notice how it just keeps going there? And it's actually kind of rapid damage. Plus it leaves a trail of fire that rapid damages enemies. It's pretty good. Oh, I got another Mujina. Nice. Okay. Dexterity up. Because that will upgrade my ninjutsu. Speaking of. Okay, I have 3 more levels here. One is shiftlings. Nice. One is Nioh. And one is ninjutsu. Okay, what do I need for ninjutsu now? Oh! I can get Sneak Thief. Good. Now when I backstab enemies, they drop items. Nice. Yeah, for me to start getting 8 Cold Hells, Hellfire, and Thunderous Hell, which Thunderous Hell is the most powerful, I'm gonna have to get that way the Ninja Veteran. Okay. Now, upcoming here is a boss that has kicked my ass more times than I can count. So, let's see if I can take it out. I think this one was Tate Boshi? Either that or that was one much later in the game. In the DLC. Kasha! Okay, yeah, Tatsuboshi is one much later. Yeah, Tatsuboshi is from the second DLC. Come here. Ah. Got some good damage in it. And head stab. There we go. I don't know. Elephant! Wow, that thing was doing like 1,000 damage each one. Holy crap, that elephant's amazing. I can't understand you. Apparently I don't have enough astral wisdom to understand that one yet. Okay. Well, at least I got all the Kodama I needed.
今度は光秀殿と戦と聞きました。どうして人は。先日藤吉郎殿が光り輝く美しい石を送ってくださいました。願いが叶う石だとか。ですがこの石を見ると胸騒ぎがして、望みに身を任せるのは何とも薄気味悪くて。争いは終わらない。人が人たる限りはそれが世の断りなのでしょう。しかしあなたの身には人の業さえ超える力が秘められているはず。
Oh right, I just flat out get the fox.
夫長政の死により愛を失った私に強く生きよと命じた兄と姉、その二人も今や炎の中に倒れた。これ以上の悲しみ、破滅へと私を誘うやもしれません。
Yep.
.どうかご無事で。
But yeah, her one first husband was cut down in front of her because he had become so far corrupted. Now her second husband is going to have the same thing done to him. Like, oh my god. And right after her brother and sister-in-law were just killed by her husband. Like, oh my god. Just this poor thing. Okay, so Hyokucho, that's a different one. Tengen, Kuchoku, and Nine Tails are phantoms. Which one of these did I like? I think it was Tengen Kujaku. So this one's fire resist, luck. Oh, 70 luck. That's pretty good. Anima bonus, ranged hit. Fire damage. Scorched enemy. Okay. Ranged hit, stance based and Merida bonus. Extended elemental weapon. Elemental attack. Enemy treasure, Emerita, and Kodama sensor. Oh. Oh, is that so? I forgot about Tengen Kujaku. It's enemy treasure, Emerita, and Kodama sensor. That's really good. Like, that is really good. I actually finally got better, dual blades and switchglaive. I can use the fire starter hood if I want. Go for Psycha. Or fire starter. Ooh. That's really good stats. Might start going for fire starter stuff. Oh, I got another Kodama sensor, but, I don't think I need a Kodama sensor on me now. Holy crap. That's so good. Okay. So now I can attune Soul Cores to this thing and not have to attune Mitsume Yazura. Huh. I think if I click this, remove from all guardians. Yep. Oh, that's a version of Mitsume that will give me more anima. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to attune the one I just got, which is Kasha. To Tengen Kujaku. I'll throw that there. And what shall be thrown on the other slot? Can I use the... Nope, I can't throw not Yatsuno Kame in. I could do a skeleton warrior. I have a skeleton warrior which has Kodama sensor. I didn't know that was possible. A treasure sensor wheel monk. Okay, I've never seen stuff like this before. Ooh, a wheel monk with -1 attunement cost. That's pretty useful, actually. Okay, let's get some soul fusion going. There's my old Mujina. Unlock. Boom. This one is really good as a third core. This one, yeah. Okay, what else? Skeleton Warrior. I will take the best one and combine all the others into it. Okay. I was doing soul fusion. Mitsume Yazura. I'll combine these two together. That'll be locked now. Okay, Namahage, I don't have any extra of those. I can combine this wheel monk together with the other one. Okay, what else? Which combining them together is really smart to do because they actually really upgrade the stats. I think that's everything. Yep. Okay. Any of these I won't use. Obume. Just Obume. Then Arakabe as well. Okay, anything else? I have a lot of items. Illustrations, right, that's for stuff later. Ooh, I got more armor. Oh, the Black Fox mask, right. Then just the other random stuff that gets unlocked here. Like Firestarter and other stuff like that. Should always go through that because I don't like seeing all the exclamation points. Main reason being I may get a smithing text for something that I've not seen before. And if I get a smithing text for it, I'm not going to know what it is based on the name. some of these. Which I think I want to keep the switchglaives, because that's what the stuff is for right now. Ooh, this is going to be a good chunk of money. Yeah, that's a good chunk of equipment. Okay, Omamori. Don't care. Throne Crusher Cannon. 573. With a familiarity damage bonus. Ooh. Yeah, that's much better. That is much better, jeez. Okay. Definitely want as strong of a cannon as I can have. Okay, what else? Tea house.
土産話は
Donate. You still are Switchglaive? No. Oh, the thing switched over and now it's not Switchglaives anymore. Okay. Dang it. In that case, I'm going back to you and selling these Switchglaives. As well as that cannon. Okay. Whew. Burning Sky! Yes! This is the next mission I have to do for her. Ugh, finally. After doing this, she can make even stronger equipment. And it's on Mount Ibuki. Oh no. I think I remember this mission being really tough. Oh, and I forgot to... Oops. I forgot to attune this. Okay, so I need more strength and heart to get the anima bonus from elemental attack. So, I can throw Namahage on. I could also throw on Mitsume Yazura, though that is not needed now. I'm gonna hold on to it for later. What can I equip here? Skeleton Warrior. That's a good one. Wheel Monk. That's a really good one, actually. I'll equip the Wheel Monk. So yeah, both of them are doing fire damage. Ooh. Fire starter stuff actually looks kind of nice. Which, yeah, with Tengen Kajaku, I don't have to worry about anything slipping my radar. Because it's literally everything. Stop throwing rocks at me. And you... Let's go down. That thing started doing any of its crazy attacks, it would have knocked me off the cliff. Bang. Ow. Go down, please. Them. Oh, right, this. It's a very good move. Bump. Jeez, that's good. Hello. Oh, this one's only 7 and not 8. What? I did the wrong thing because I usually have that on X. Jesus, things are crazy. Bop, 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 bop. There we go. But yeah, now every type of collectible and enemies will appear on my map. Hello, monkey. Oh. Whew. Wait, I remember going across this bridge and then randomly having a enemy swoop down from the sky. But yeah, for Tengen Kujaku to hit, it has to be point blank. So, does a lot of damage. So it's worth it. Get back. Okay. Oh, you don't. I'm going to use this one for a little bit, and then swap to a better one later. No, is over here. Got it. I remember when I go back across that after picking up a specific item, a Tengu spawns. Which, the cool thing is this map right here is a reused one from the first game. Which I believe was where one of the really tough bosses in that game was. I did remember right. Huh. You ain't gonna catch me. Oh, wow. Press that. Oh. Okay. Hit. Oh, I remember doing something. Come on! Oh, he actually jumped over it. I remember getting that thing to hit him in the boulder. Oh. No! Are you kidding me? This is why I hate Tengus. They get any support whatsoever. And they go from being an annoying enemy to an almost impossible enemy to kill. Ow. Wait, do I have a... I have a switchblade point. Yay! What? I forgot to set it. Oops. Thank you for the help. Okay. Switchglaive. Need to go to low stance. Skyward, no. Whirling, yes. So, this move is amazing for a multitude of reasons. One of them being it can actually be used to really stun lock an enemy. The other one being that it's actually just... well, it's able to deflect all projectiles. As long as they're physical projectiles. I think there is a cannon using skeleton around here. Which I can demonstrate it with. No. Nope, bow. That was a different noise. Sound like a loud, muffled pop. I don't think that was a gunshot because it didn't have the specific sound of it. Which I do know what gunshots sound like. So I don't think I'd mistake that. Because I've gone shooting ranges and stuff. Huh. That was odd. Oh, right. Isn't there a single enemy in this area that I have to kill? I can actually lure it out. Oh, I think it's him. So I think if you're doing this multiplayer, you can actually take him out without any issue. Because you could just have everyone in the group hit him with a big cannon. Basically just a high damaging cannon shot. Yeah, that has no range. There's Kokotsuchi's Makatama. Oh, and I got the Oniodo. Yeah, I remember this boss room. This is 100% from the first game. I think the guy had one wing or something like that. And he had tons of, like, long-range slashing attacks. I forgot his name. Huh. I forget what his name was. Because it's been a long time. So Oniyudo is interesting. Issue with that one is if you start it and you miss, you're left open the whole time. And some actual yokai will just ignore the stun that it's supposed to have. So yeah. Because of that, I'm gonna skip over that one. Any, nope, not yet. Okay. So we have the Warrior, Prince of Blaze, which I just did. Sun sets on Mount Tenno. Oh, yeah. There's the turning point. There's one of the big turning points for the story. And I mean big turning points. Oh, I got the Radiant Flame. Cool. Stone Splitter. Not bad. Oh, new bow. Oh, damage versus Revenants was 14%. Yeah, that's not worth it. Revenants are easy. Ooh, I got a new Yatagarasu headband. As well as some gauntlets. That's it, though. Okay. In that case, I'm gonna leave that alone. Oh! Boom! Better. And our prestige point. Hey. Drop rate. Okay. What else? Abduction. Ah! This is... Okay, this is the mission that I found out had a separate ending to it. I need to show this off, because it's really cool. But really sad. So, those, Obume yokai are... I think they're supposed to be... spirits of women who miscarried? Like vengeful spirits of women who miscarried or had lost their children from this war and then killed themselves. That's bad. Which, yeah, really, really dark. Which the one perpetrating all the children missing in this one is an Ibume. But there is a special grave around here which you can find, which is her child, which unable to defend themselves and everything, so you want to grab it right before finishing the mission. And if you have that child survive all the way through to the end, she pops out as what would normally be the boss of the level. But if you happen to have her kid, she moves on happily. Like, if you manage to have her kid with you, it has a better ending rather than just slaying this yokai that's gone out of control. I think the summon spot was kind of hidden, which is why I never found it the first time. Or I saw it had no, or saw that it had, like, no equipment, and I was like, oh, no, I'm not summoning that. Dang it. Ah, damn these Gaki. Yeah, get it. I killed you. Okay, yeah, I think it's behind all of this. Up here? Was the grave up here or underneath? Okay, it's down below. I gotcha. Which, these poor little things, which are really cute, are, I think, supposed to be spirits of children who are abandoned? I think the... Oh. Hello, why is this here? But yeah, for a lot of the yokai stuff, it's kind of depressing learning some of the backgrounds of these creatures. Okay, yeah, there's a first section and then a second section. I think it's around here that I find it. Oh, another kitten. Huh. Another cat. Okay, that should... Nope, that's not all of them for here. Yep, there's another umbrella. Nope, oh yeah. Okay, come on. Really? There we go. Okay, this... That is the path forwards. This is the path to the grave. Yep. Here he is, Shotaro. So, I need to make sure he survives. Shotaro, get back here. Nope, you're running it. Of course you are. choke that off. Okay. You frickin' gawky! Why can't I do anything? Oh my god. It's down. Oh. I did it. Oh, I did it. By doing that, you help both of them to move on. That is how this side mission is able to end. Like, damn. Watch out for the Obume. If you look closely at what they're holding, the stone that they're holding is wrapped up like an infant. Yeah. Mother lost her child, became a yokai, and long to have children of her own. It's such a tragic tale, especially as she did not choose to become a yokai. Yeah. Ugh. Oh, and that gave me enough astral wisdom. Yay. Okay, now that's all at 15. Now I just need to upgrade what I need to for my spirit. Okay, to end up getting fortitude, I'm going to need composure and damage boost stamina. Training mission master of the dual blades. Okay, I can't do that yet. Oh, I finished out on Nioh. And I'm only 3,000 away from ninjutsu. Awesome. Okay, so I have... What are these? The gold is barrier, the red is fire stop. Okay. This is a lightning talisman. Oh, hello. Ow. Oh, yay, it's a new boomerang. Get slowed. Give me fire stop. Oh, every hit gives me an or emerald. Oh. That pretty much makes me unkillable. Oh, actually I have a lightning shot. Yes. Which, he is a character from the second DLC. I thought so. Or the first DLC. One of them. Which, you actually get a guardian spirit from him, which is a really, really good one. On mail locks, divination board, and sacred rush. Which I have gotten lucky recently, or I've gotten lucky while playing this game, that I haven't had it crash. This game does have random crashes in it. Hell, I've actually had it crash a few times. There we go. Notice the positioning was a little off. Ooh. Item. Nagashima was situated on an embankment in the border of Ise and Iwate provinces. It was controlled by the mighty disciples of Honganji, who opposed Nobunaga. While Nobunaga eventually won the series of 3 battles, they put up a remarkable fight. Okay. Any others? Not that I can tell right now. These are sometimes in random spots. Other times they're right over one of these towns. Okay, it looks like nothing else for now. Oh, find man of the underworld. Right? I should do that. Which I know I got the Magatama and I haven't given it to her yet. we'll do that. Trying to get that parry down correct. Or I should say burst counter. Whew, there we go. Gozuki! Didn't realize he was doing that. Yeah, Gozuki's the easy one. Thank you. Nope. Oh, no you don't. I've never been hit by your grab, so I don't know what it does. And there's Mizuki. Mizuki doesn't do as much damage as Gozuki, but he's a lot faster. Yup. Mizuki is a lot faster. Really? They don't. There's the tea vessel. Phew. Yep. Thank you. Gozuki and Mizuki. I will hold on to that Mizuki soul core. Gozuki one sucks. Because it only does stamina damage. It does next to no actual damage. Oh, wow. Yep, Ryomen Sukuna. That one is my favorite yokai spirit. Well, my favorite soul core to use. Oh, yeah, even this changed. For Blood on the Wind. Oh, that one! No. Time for the sun sets on Mount Tenno. I don't know.
なんとあのサルメが
ゴズメを出して食い止めよう。
はっ
ゲセヌ、いかにあやかしとはいえ、よほどの霊石を用いぬ限り、このような勢いは。利光、信長様より奪った霊石、厳重に保管してやろうな。 利光。霊石をどこへやった？利光殿。
Yep. Stole the spirit stones from Nobunaga and is now betraying his former master. I hear a Gyuki. Or not a Gyuki, jeez. Whatever the ones that go under the ground are. Oh, right! With Tengen Kujaku, I get different bonuses based on which stance I'm in. For when I get anima. Mid stance gives me extra armor. Come on. Bop, bop. Oh! I made a statue out of him. Wow. Sarigama. Eventually I'm gonna have to level up that Sarigama because it is really good. Oh, it's one of you. I thought it was in a boom for this one. Huh. Odd. Okay, I haven't missed any Kodama yet. There's one of the hidden ones. One of the ones that's very easy to miss. Yeah, there's at least 3 Kodama in this mission that you can easily go through without ever seeing. Even with a Kodama sensor. Waira! That's what I was thinking of. That's what this guy's called. Accidentally called Waira Gyoki. There's another one that's easy to miss. You have to go up and above, then drop down on it. Well, up and around, then drop down. Not up and above. That's the same thing. You want to shoot me again? Come on, try it. Come on, try it. Okay, nothing down there. Nothing through that. Got it. Which, these guys are gonna learn the hard way of what the Great of Spirit Stones does. Hello there, easy to miss Kodama. So that's 2 out of 3 of them in this mission that are very, very easy to miss. Actually, take that one down on the way. 1, 2, 3. And 1. Oh, okay. Guess I dilated his stamina. Okay. Now to figure out what's in here. Oh, it's one of these really dangerous ones. It's a Kusarigama yokai. Which is the second most dangerous. Well, Kusarigama yoki. Well, a yoki yokai. But yeah, the ones with Kusarigama are really dangerous because they are really, really fast. But not as dangerous as... Oh, that was the wrong thing. They're not as dangerous as the katana and hand cannon ones. For obvious reasons. Hit me! You have a gun. Shoot me! You can't hit me from that angle, can you? Come on, stop trying to hit me and hit me. I prefer to do this rather than wasting ammo. Okay, there's one up top there, which that's another easy one to miss. Because he isn't just there, he's kind of up there and hidden. If I remember right. Like, you have to go out to the edge of one of the platforms, and he's hiding behind the pole. Yep. This path leads to, I think, a chest. Or, like, a specific block. But yeah, the thing is, you may see that path over there and think, oh, that's a secret path because it's a gate. No, that's the correct path. Oh, just something. Have a rock. I have hundreds of these. I can't believe that you can actually just give them a stone. And they're fine with it. Which, next one of those, chests with emoji note that I find, I will show what happens if you don't whistle to get them to come out. Which is usually the reason why people will end up fighting them. Rather than just do the copycat routine. Okay, there's another Kodama. Which, that one's not too hard to miss if you make sure to look down the paths. So I think first time I found that one I wasn't even using a Kodama sensor. Should I get my constitution up to 20? I'll get skill and magic up to 25 first. Yeah, open from the other side. Okay. Yeah, the Switchglaive is so powerful in this game. And with a very simple combo. There's X, Y, Y. Or if you're not playing it on the controller, which is like the recommended way to play it. Ow. Jeez, you tried to do it again. Basically, light, heavy, heavy. Bink. Got him. I thought I missed. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Oh. I think that one up there is a big... That big guy up there will, try and shoot me with a roaring gun ammunition. Which is much more deadly. Or Proper way of saying it, much deadlier. Which, reason I always try and catch myself on that is because... Or, like, reason why I let people know that I catch myself on that. Yeah, so I don't come off as an idiot. Who can't speak correctly. Sure, I've been speaking this language for what? 20 years? I think I... Oh wait, no. Longer than that. Let me start speaking around one, so... 23 years? Yeah. Like 22, 23 years? Give or take. Okay, and here's the path where if you're just, you know, make sure to look around, you'll find it and get this Kodama. Easy enough. One up on this roof. Oh. Hello. Try it again. Will definitely hit me this time. I think I broke the skeleton. No, I completely did. Okay, and up. Okay. So, yep, one down here. Easy to miss if you go across the bridge. So it's actually optional to drop down here. Hello. Move. Wait, can I knock that stone back? This needs no information. Okay, could you stop trying to slow me? Oh! Huh. Okay, let's try again. Throw a rock at me. Not your fist, a rock. Okay, jeez. Oh my god. I need to test this. Okay, no. Doesn't work. Oh, dang it. Well, I know what to do to get it to move now. Unless I re-randomized it. Or it's already angry. Well, I found out that I couldn't do that, so... It's good information to have. This is a mission which is good to use to grind out those guys. What you need to do for a specific mission. Kasha, go! There we go. Hello, mage. Hello, mage. Any more of you? Okay. I don't think there's anything special that I need down here. No. Okay. This is where I dropped down from. So I think the way up is this way. And there should be a Kodama right by me here. I think just down this path? Yep, there's another easy to miss one. Like, so many of them in this specific area are really easy to miss. Oops, I did the wrong thing. I think when my friends and I went through this one, we ended up missing like 5 of them. Nope. Okay. Should have to go around for this one, but before I do that, I need to get to the top of this, because that's where Kodama is. Right there. Ugh. A lot of damage in there. Ninja locked Shinobi box. Okay. Not bad. So the Shinobi box is an interesting item. Each Shinobi box will refill 1/3 of your maximum ninjutsu items. Hey, and that's Lost Kodama. And I think you can hold like 3 or 4 ninja boxes? Something like that. Something along those lines. Okay, it's down. Any ranged? There's a ranged. Oh, you want to shoot me, do you? Take that. I mean, take that. You're doing this to yourself, you know that, right? Worthwhile trade. because I'll heal pretty much all of that immediately. And this is why I choose the group that I do, like the clan. It's 100% just because you get free healing out of it. Okay, down. Wasn't up to take advantage of that. Oh my god! Hi, Gaki! Whew. Okay, just gonna look right here. Push through the gateway. There we go. Okay. Whoops. There goes the issue skeletons, which, funnily enough, they give you an arrow-proof amulet, which does exactly what I was doing. Oh, you don't want to... Okay. I thought he'd want to try and cannon arm me. Smart not to, because I could one-shot him with the ricochet. I think there was a special item over here. Oh, that's how you get up here. Huh. I actually wondered how you got those items. Ooh, Ravenwing. Let's see if I got a better one. Also, weapons. I got better dual blades. Not a better dual blades. Ooh, that's one of the cool looking ones. Nice. Which, the thing is, there are some dual blades in this game which are just amazing. Reason being, they're dual element. Okay, let's get that. You blocked it. That is so bullshit. NPC variations have no issues. They can't get stun locked, but the actual variant that you use can. Really? Okay, that doesn't get rid of the troublemaker. Well, the main troublemaker. I think his is back to me. Yep, there he is. Oh my god. Wait, aren't you able to sneak an arrow through there? No. I seem to remember being able to do that. Ow! Are you kidding me? Stop. There. Okay. Are you kidding me? Out of everything for that one to have. Out of everything for that one to have. Oh my god. Stop! Oh, that Biwa Boka Boka was annoying. I remember being able to sneak a shot in at him and kill him without having to do that. Oh, I think it was if you hit a cannonball in a specific spot because it has a bit of splash damage. Right. I forgot about that. Which I'm actually going to want to change one of these that are equipped here. Great Spirit. This. You. I'm gonna change you to the Namahage for this one. Because this boss is immune to fire damage just about. Which actually, in that case, swap out Kasha. Though you are getting, oh, that's cool. Huh. I will make sure to lock that one. But yeah, this one's going to be swapped out for Yatsunokami. Even though he's a really low level one, he has been holding his own. But yeah, this thing is still the level for when I got it first. And it's still holding its own. Here we go. Yep. Okay. Interesting thing for this character. He's easier to fight in his yokai form than in his human form. Because that Chinese Belt Lord mission that I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Until I'm much stronger. That's this guy. Stop. Again. Snake, go! Snake, go! Duh. I have fought Ryomen Sukuna so many times. Reason being, I wanted to max out that soul core. I can't understand you yet. Well, the evil's been removed from him. Now let's, take him back.
深くいかん。光秀様の身が。
Nope.
よう、秀の字。いつもながら見事だな。さあ、光秀を倒しに行くぞ。あ？どうした？なんだよその顔。おれ！ただいまねよ。
Remember when his stance used to be... Remember when his stance used to be stopping them without killing them?
おい、本当に行くのか?
No killing required? Yeah. That version of him is gone.
それがお主らの筋書きであろう。すでに滅びを覚悟した身。今さらお主と争う気はない。
Turtle.
信長様の命を奪ったのは重き大義を果たすため。世は調和の上に成り立つ。乱れては万物が滅びよう。奪った主君の命も、そして共に滅びゆく我が命も、所詮は調和のうちに収まる一かけだ。口を式は闇に潜みし邪悪の目。
Yep.
あとはお主の意に任せよ
Now give me those Onmyo locks.
お主藤吉郎とは異なる道を行くか。
まずは逃げるが勝ちかもね。
三河の家康殿を頼りましょう。
何遠慮してんの？行くわよ、一緒に。
So yeah, that bob of hair that I cut off is our Onmyo mage locks. Which is one of your rewards for beating this mission. Which I find so funny. Ryomen Sukuna Soul Core. Attune this. Over. Oh, I now have a third. There we go. Okay, so my third one is going to either be Biwa Boku Boku or Mujina. So 66% chance to copy an enhancement. Soul Core drop rate. And damage versus revenants. Ooh. Okay. Wait, I have that much more? Oh, wow. That's usually where I'll throw an extra Mitsume Yazura if I need it. Oh, what should I do? Okay, so this is 10. I could swap this out for Kasha. Okay, what can I do for 4? I could do a Wheel Monk for 3. Mujina for 4. Onibai. Alright. Toxic Slime. I could throw Mujina. Perhaps. Extra defense, anima charge, enhancement copying. All yokai ability damage plus 10%. Yep. I'm using the Mujina. Grand Spirit can have 3 soul cores. Yes! Awesome. That's what I was needing. So clear Aberrant Mage. To do Aberrant Mage, I must defeat 10 Onmyo Mages. Oh, 2 utensils. I got a new one. I'm going to check with the tea house, see if I picked up... Nope, I didn't pick up any more for appraisal. Tea utensils, recommended, overall highest. Oh! Extra 3% tea utensil drop rate. Which now I got the Hermit's Hut. What else? I'm only 12k off of that? Okay, that's easy. How much is this? 20k. Okay, that's way too much. Okay, use 2 of those, and then 2,000. Boom. Not blacksmith, not yet. Shrine. There we go. Yeah. Magic up higher. hut. Nope. I'm done with that. Blacksmith.
いらっしゃい。
Whew. There we are. Kokotsuchi's Magatama. And smithing text. What's smithing text? Wait, what's smithing text? Oh, right. I'm dumb. I got one for a yokai's ability. Or the yokai spear. As well as this. Dialogue? Requests. Nothing new that I want right now. Gonna sell some stuff to you. Love the ability to quick. Ooh. Two quick sell. 2 Raven Wing rifles that are better than the current one. Nice. Unlock that Yatagarasu headband just in case I get. Wait, I'm not. Yes, I'll wear the Yatagarasu headband. I don't currently have an armor effect. So if it's better and of the weight class that I'm using, of course I'm gonna equip it. Ooh. Horse guard, which I will have to refashion this stuff because oh my gosh. This is all from different sets. Anima, defense bonus, courage, abacus. Okay, sell those. Alright, and what do you have for sale? A 700 cannon. Gonna have to check my stuff for that. Damage bonus based on equipment lightness. Ooh. I haven't seen that before. Auto-grave recovery, item draw. So it's here, 700 cannon. What is mine currently at? 676. Yes, I will buy that cannon. 650 dual blades. I think mine are higher than that. Yeah. That's a much stronger cannon, dang. Okay, and I got some more locks. Infinite Retribution 2. Starting to get a lot of the things here. Not materials, jeez. Yeah, then I'm gonna have to get the Switch Stance Blade. Because after getting all of those, I'll be able to eventually get this. One meal magic. Okay. So I think I've boosted all the resistances. Yes, I have. Yokai and Darkroom resistance. Hello. I have not boosted all the resistances. Some poison shuriken. I'll grab that quick change. So, titles. Oh, 2 prestige points. Anima and other realm resistance. Sure. And then 1% more yokai shift. Nice. Which I know some people do all this off camera, but I don't know. I think it's better to see the build as it's going. Cause hey, that's how it's gonna be when you're playing it. Or if people watching will play it. So yeah. Gives it a little more authenticity, I guess. No foul play was beneath Hideyoshi. In the power struggle that ensued after Nobunaga's death, those he considered enemies were dealt with in the cruelest, most unforgiving of ways. Yup.
Nioh殿だったとは流行りすぎたようだ。徳川が家臣、服部半蔵にござる。ここはまだ敵地。我らは藤吉郎の追っ手を足止めしておる。
Oh, right, the cat clock.
時は稼げた。まずはこの場を離れようぞ。
Hey, Nakamata.
我らに玉と同じ気配がするの。信心より生まれ、人に寄り添う我らに玉。
Here's the explanation.
そして怨念より生まれ、人を喰らう新玉。この二つの均衡をなくしては世にあるすべての生は成り立たん。長き戦乱で怨念が募り、新玉ばかりが勢いを増しておる。このままでは均衡は崩れてしまう。天下太平がために戦う徳川に力を貸すがよい。案ずるな。わしがついてやろう。
Yep. We got Nakamata.
気に入られたか。続きはかけながら話そう。
One of the best parts of the first game was Nakamata. I forget what kind of... I think he's a feral spirit, actually.
我ら伊賀衆が手を配り、家康様は無事に三河へ戻られた。しかし、徳川が陣立てを整えるのはまだ先になろう。藤吉郎に対抗した織田の旧臣たちはことごとく敗れ、ついに柴田勝家殿も劣勢に追い込まれておる。そこで徳川に代わり勝家殿を助けてもらいたい。勝家殿の居城は北の章。ここ伊賀より山を越え、近江の北へ向かうがよい。
Oh, right. He is her current husband.
そして、お市殿を救えるのはお主のみだ。
Yep, Lady Oichi. That was her current husband, not the one that I killed. Or not even killed. The one who I banished the guy from, and then was killed by Tokichiro. Let me look here, actually. What are my guardian spirits? So Nekomata is feral. Extended burst counter. Ooh. Feral spirits deal 20% extra damage. I do have a feral core on me, I think. Ooh. That could be really good. Oh, your attunement limit's 22 and not 24. I need more than 22. Oh, hello. Yep, now we're in the twilight of this. Divine Branch. Ise Shrine is the most revered shrine of all of Japan. Its main enshrined deity is Amaterasu, a god with ancient ties to the imperial family who acts as their guardian. Oh. Shouldn't that be goddess? Huh. Okay, nothing special. I think we have time for one more mission here. Yeah, depending on how long this one is, this may be the last one for the night. Yep, seems after Lord Naga's passing and Ohichi marrying Lord Katsui, she came here to Kintonosho Castle. By the looks of things though, things in it, and well, here for Shibata. Oh. Yep. Time for her to lose her second husband. After the man who killed her brother and sister-in-law ended up going free. Yeah. Oh, right, I can deflect it into an enemy that's close to me. I forgot about that. Bop. Well, your enemy is the Hideyoshi army. Okay, now use yokai. Because the leader is corrupted by the spirit stones. Basket blade and board cutter. Is that stronger? It is. Actually going to use this one a little bit here. Which, these are my, well, one of my top favorite looking dual blades. Because they're frickin' serrated. Like, look at these things. They wouldn't function as actual blades, because, oh my gosh, these things would shatter immediately. But imagine having something like this, but out of really, really tough metal to where it could stay like this. And not have all those weak points for that little bit that is connecting every single section of that blade. That would be a terrifying weapon. Because each one of those notches would be a sword catch. Yep. There we go. Which, yeah, Nakamatsu there is one of the wisest of them, because he is one of the oldest. Bad. Bad. Bad skeleton. Lady Cha-Cha. Although, funny... kind of funny name. Is the one who is supposed to become... Okay, I forget this specifically. I think she is... the one who becomes... a spirit? That becomes, like, fused with the Nine-Tailed Spirit in this? To become a... one of the hardest... actually, no, the hardest boss in the first Nioh game. Oh, I know, Cha-Cha may have become something else. I forget. Oh wait, I just noticed when I'm reflecting it, it's actually like the bullet's hitting me because there's a spray of blood. Huh. Maybe they forgot to get rid of that? Oops. Another skeleton warrior core. Nice. Kinda sucks that the big ones don't have their own core. Because if they did... oh, that would be amazing. Oh yeah, that bell. Ow. So the thing with that bell is if you hit it with a strong attack correctly, or I think if you shoot it, it will ring and purify the yokai realm for a few seconds. But you can only do it twice. Ow! Fucking sniper. Really? Must have to use a gun or something. Frickin' no. Bad skeleton. Okay. Or Yoki. Woo. There you go. Was that? Okay. Nothing in there. Oh, no, Kingo's stuff. Nice. Oh, if only I get some Lee the Red Demon stuff. That armor is good. I don't think you get that until New Game Plus, though. Don't say. Damn it! I always fall for that one. There we go. Oh, cool. Hello. Ow. Try again. I'm sure you'll get it this time. Right, I need to do that with ninjutsu. Keep forgetting. Hi. That's not gonna do anything, is it? Nope. Hello, random skeleton. you trying to do? Does this still do damage? 30. Okay, not worth it. Nice try. Aha! Just long enough. Oh, hot spring. Which I know my character's armor is hideous right now. Like, my god. Every single piece of armor is a different piece of equipment. Hiya. Meant to do this. What? Really? That was weird. Okay. So, gonna kick this down for a shortcut. There are way too many shortcuts on this level. Nothing good for me. Okay. That is actually pretty good. Yokai water. Yay. Must be open from the other side, so I have to go up and around. Remember, you have to get there from the roof. Yeah, from there. I think I need to go this way. Yeah, there's Kodama, like, right underneath me there, isn't there? Or it's above. This is a multi-storied pagoda. Huh, Kodama right in here. Which, here's another one. If you didn't know how to get in, do that. Or you try and lure an enemy over there to do a very specific attack to break it. Which is this boy. Nice. Double elemented him, get him down. Okay. Rat man. Ow. Jeez, he just exploded into Emerita. Oh, nice, some high priest stuff. Gosh, that was such a fun move. Just turn into that yokai and spin them down. Okay. next is... Right, I do need to go this way to unlock a specific path first. Nice! I didn't think that was a multi-stomp. Or slam stomp there. Whatever. Doesn't matter, he's dead. Ooh, Kingo armor. Bop, bop. Jeez, that does so much to them. Oh! Okay, I said I would open one of these to show what happens if you open an incorrect... If you open a Mujina one, which... shows how people think that they're enemies. They knock you back dealing damage. Which, I thought that was the only way to open those, and you had to take the damage. Apparently not. Oh, hello. How do I get in there? Well, I'm gonna need to do that. Oh, maybe that's a pathway? That could be. There could be a really skinny pathway that you can follow there. I don't know. Huh. Let's see. Ooh. Also, this is the room. Ba-da-bup. Ba-da-bup. Why are you missing? What? Why are you missing stamina? I didn't hit you. I don't think anything hit you. Huh. Weird. But yeah, to get this Kodama, you drop down. Into the secret room that pretty much just has a Kodama. Kinda interesting. Did that person die right on the doorway to make it so people would fight them? Okay, Pure Mind. There we go. So yeah, question is how I get over there. Oh. Ah, there's a ladder over there. Okay. Well, there is another path which will lead me down. I'll use that and get that Kodama that way. Oh, you have to go through here. Huh. I thought you could go through those tatami. Apparently not. Oh, and you do have to be careful in this game if your weapon deals fire damage. Or if your character's on fire. Because if your character's on fire and you dash through one of those explosives, it will actually set it off. Same if your weapon's on fire and if you hit it. So apparently, I missed this Kadama over here because I didn't do this. This isn't the right way. Nope. Okay. Oh, jeez. I got turned around. Game? What? That was weird. I got to a certain point and then acted like I was trying to go down the ladder. It's pushing forwards. Huh. Yeah, that's the one that it's... that I was above. Yep, can't get to that one until I get to the actual boss of the level. Or right before it. So, which one of these did I just open? Not those. I think it was over here. Nope, not that one. This one? Yes. This mission has so many shortcuts. Because it's very vertical. There we go. Yeah, it's a terrifying execution move. Just put this blade around someone's neck while making it so they can't move, and then slamming them into the ground with it. A+ for terror. Okay. And dead. There we are. Okay, so this is the first boss of the mission. Mini-boss, more like. Yep. Toshie. No, Link! I don't want to kill you. Why must you make me? Seriously, man. I don't want to kill you. Though, later on, I will do your mission to get to fight you because your spear moves are really good. No, 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 no. Uh-oh. Ah! No! God. I keep forgetting that spinning is a counter. Jeez. Calm down, man. Uh-oh. was a crazy move. Jeez. Not done yet. Uh-oh. Stop. Oh, God. Please do a normal attack. Yeah, this is supposed to be the easy fight of the level. For the mini-boss. Like, oh my god! I'm using my weapon, which is usually the best for human opponents, too. If I didn't go there, that would kill me. Ah. He ran out all of my normal moves. Jeez.
やるやつだとは聞いていたが、ここまでとはな。お前に勝てる気はしねえな。主のために忠義を。負けたからには腹を切っては。主の。
Oh, yeah, you don't actually kill him. He commits seppuku. I have 9 soul cores. Holy crap. Okay, Yoki, Tesha, Kadoka, and 4 skeleton warrior cores. Oh my god. I got 4 of those. Yeah, I want all 6 of these. Damn. Okay. Once magic hits 25, I'll start doing another tree. Yep, and he's nowhere to be found now. We followed the code.
じゃが、あと一つ大きな気配が。
You're sensing right. Oi. Hmm? Yeah. Screw this up, man. It's an accident to come down this way. Gonna have to go back to the top anyways. What are you? Uh-oh, cannon boy. Ooh. Go down. Can I break this thing? I want to break all the bells just because. Ooh! That accidental fall saved me. Up. Wait, I'm not trying to harm you. Thankfully, he's stuck for the moment. Drop this yokai incense without you attacking me. Oh, that's what you wanted. Okay. Checking around, making sure I have everything. Okay. Yep. There's one here. Friendly. Friendly. Oh. Perfect. Ninja logs. Kodama. Not the last Kodama. Oh no. Pretty much at the boss. Oh, there's another one in this room. Right. Which is above me. Forgot about that for a second. No. Okay, and since they're not in the yokai realm, they are much weaker. We'll have to wait for you to reconstitute so I can attack you. No. Bad. It's a bad wheel monk. Oh! Apparently you can just run through that. Yeah, there he is. Goodbye, skeleton. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm supposed to take the pillar up. Excuse me. No. Bad. Break the bell. Oh, interesting. So this should be the last one? Yeah. Awesome. Successfully got all the Kodama. So next is Fighting Katsui. This guy is tough. Which, this is a second way to get on there. I'm seriously like screwing with that specific skeleton now. Messed that up big time. Now time to knock this pillar down. Okay, now for Shibata Katsui. Let's see if I can get him without refilling my ninjutsu stuff, but I don't know. He might be tough. Just refilling my cup. So the thing is, you can break his tusks, but only, I think, during that move, when they're glowing. Another amazing music track in the game. There is a move here that you only get from fighting him. That one. So that move that he did where he rushed forwards with the blade spinning around him. That is a move you can only get from beating him in this form. Nope. 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 Yeah, as you can tell, this is a very tanky boss. Which I have never broken both of his tusks. Take this! Oh, that's all my healing items. Uh-oh. Yep. That's all my normal ones. I have 6 more full heals. No, you don't. Quick, use 10. So if you use 10 smalls, you get back into this mode. Ooh. No, you don't. No, no, no. Oh my gosh, the fire! It's a good thing I got all that fire resistance. Okay. Very careful. Oh. Am I safe here? Huh. That was the wrong move. There we are. This. Oh, I broke a tusk. Stop it. Oh no. Oh, my health. Oh, buddy, you have so much. Might be a waste. Come on. Oh, he has like 1 HP. No. Take this. Oh my god. He almost got me. Dude. Oh, I actually broke his last tusk. Wow. Whew. I got the boars. You're so cute.
戦場に身を置くこと40年、筆頭家老に列する。その自負はあの男に粉々に砕かれた。お市様だけでもと神命を落とし、最後の願いを霊石に託したまで。
Yep.
この身滅びようと何の未練があろう。また難儀させてすまぬ。
That's the end of her story. Jeez. That's a bit of a downer mission to end it on, but... Oh, okay. I may be able to do something. Oh, I can do Ninja Veteran. Okay. And Sharp Eyes. You know what? It may put me a little over to do these two missions, but... I'll do them real quick. Because I'm going to be grinding out Sharp Eyes for a skill. As well as this one, actually, so I can grind out the Flying Kato armor set. Jeez, dude, you're just getting demolished. He's not even able to use any of his special ninjutsu against me. I kinda just stomached him to death. But yeah, he's one I'm going to be grinding out for a sword skill, I believe, as well as his armor set. Which, that only took a minute! Oh my gosh, I started this at 12:57, now it's 12:58. That took 1 minute to take him down. Wow. Dude, you got destroyed. Oh, I can now have Nurikabe visit my hut. Cool. Okay, final dojo mission before I end out the stream will be for the mastery mission. Which you only get the specialized weapon for this. I can't swap to anything else. So she has a move. That one right there. That's a move that she can drop. And she two-shot me. Yeah. It only took her 1 minute to kill me. Actually, like 20 seconds. Even. But yeah, I may go a couple minutes over doing this mission, but yeah, I need to. This is a mission that I kinda have to do. What are you doing? Nope. Come on. Come on. Stop that. Stop that. Which the thing is, the thing I'll end up getting from this mission will make fighting her so much easier. Especially if I manage to get her skill. Oh, no you don't. Well, I can't heal anymore. she hits me once, I'm dead. So I have to perfectly fight her now. Okay, come on. There we go. Chunk of damage. No, 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 no heavy. It's down. Got her. Woo! I now have mastered the Switchglaive. Oh my god. Sorry for that loud woo. I didn't think I'd be able to do it. I'm gonna be completely honest. Whew. Switchglaive wielder's locks, Black Lotus, and a whetstone, as well as the ability to get this. Wildfire Flux. Hi, Judah. Popped in just as I managed to get her to master out Switchglaive. But, okay, now next 2 points we'll go for Fortitude. Yeah. I'm gonna upgrade this shuriken damage. And Dragon Vein. Oh, and I have 3 prestige styles here. Wow. Okay, extended yokai shift. Emerita earned. And anima. Perfect. What is that? What did you find? Oh, that is funny. Oh, awesome. Nice. Okay. Well. Oh my gosh. So, that is actually going to be the end of the stream here. But I am going to be raiding out. I'm going to find someone to raid to. Nice. But yeah, I'm going to find someone to raid to here. Which I think I see someone. Thank you. Let's see here. Still on? Yep, and in the middle of an intense battle, too. Oh, perfect. I might actually end up joining them later. Who knows? Okay. But yeah, I'm going to be raiding out real quick here. Oh. It turns out he was actually sitting in the chat. Okay, Valor, you're raiding your own screen. Your own stream. Oh, that's perfect. So here's our raid message. And just in case the raid doesn't pull you over, you're going to want to click on this link right here. Because I know Twitch has been kind of weird recently and not pulling people over with raids. So yeah, if it doesn't pull you, just click that link, and let's give them a raid.